Well, good morning. It is so wonderful and such an honor for me to get to come here and spend some time with all of you. And we're here to talk about how secure this border is and to celebrate that we have 1 year of a secure border and a secure United States of America. I want to say thank you to the gentlemen who all spoke before me and thank them for their leadership. To Paul and Rodney and Todd and Chief, just thank them for all that they've done to lead the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security in carrying out the mission that President Trump committed to fulfill for the people that live in our great country. I also want to thank Tom Homan for being the border czar. He was busy up in Minneapolis today and wasn't able to be here, but we thank him for his leadership as well. But most of all, we thank President Trump for the guts and the love of this country to do the right thing.
Security alert.
To make sure that when he talked to the American people, he talked about the fact that what we had going on here in this country under the Biden administration was the greatest humanitarian crisis that we had ever seen in our history, and that it needed to be fixed. And the way that you fix it is you just enforce the law. That you go out there and say the laws need to be enforced and they need to be applied equally to every single person. And that Americans come first because they're the people who have built this country, and that they're the ones who are here working jobs and putting their kids through school and doing the right thing to make sure that our freedom and our liberties are secured. So I want to thank him for his leadership, for the fact that he told the American people what we needed. He said we needed a wall, and we have a wall, a big, beautiful wall that President Trump also wanted painted black, so that it would endure for a long period of time, that it would look like the strength and stamina that the American people have, and that it would be something that would continue to protect us for generations to come. But I also wanted to come here today and thank all of you. I'm looking out in this group of individuals and I see a group of patriots, people who stepped up during difficult times and led us through challenges, but also are still here today making sure that we continue down the path of what we committed to the American people. I want to thank all the individuals I see from CBP, from ICE, the Coast Guard. I see our law enforcement partners, the Department of War, National Guard, all of our local sheriffs and law enforcement that have partnered with us, and then those individuals who kept the faith, that came alongside of us and encouraged our law enforcement, stood beside them and supported them and their families. We know that no one can do their job with excellence unless their family's okay and they're taken care of, and that things are right at home. And so those individuals in this community that supported our law enforcement through those times are incredibly important, and we're grateful for them. The high degree of talent and experience that we have here today is a testament to not just President Trump's commitment, but also to the people that have secured the border and have also worked every single day to make sure that America is safe again. In President Trump's first year back in office, we've delivered the most secure border in American history. And we did it with the immediate aftermath we were facing from that humanitarian crisis that was created from Joe Biden's open border policies. It is so quiet here now today that sometimes we even forget how bad it was just a little over a year ago. And the importance of the accomplishment that has happened over this last year cannot be forgotten. Hardworking Americans all along the southern border were devastated. They were trying to do their jobs, educate their kids, and protect the future when they were handed this humanitarian crisis and saw the horrors of what was happening when millions of people were crossing our border unvetted, when they were trespassing onto private property. We had crimes being committed. We saw women and children being trafficked, people dying, and crimes continued to be perpetuated as people were allowed to come into the country unvetted and unstopped. You know, yesterday I was in Eagle Pass, Texas, and I had the chance to tour the border, not just with our Border Patrol agents, but also with the Texas National Guard and the Texas Department of Public Safety. And we looked at some of the areas that were the hardest hit during the Biden border policies. In September of 2023, Eagle Pass saw an unprecedented crisis face them. In fact, they had to declare a state of emergency due to the rush of illegal aliens that were coming into their town and through their community to get into the United States. On one day, they saw over 10,000 people come through that area to get into the United States unvetted and illegally. In just a couple of days, it doubled the population of their town. And it caused a crisis not just for their medical care facilities, their businesses, and their families, but it absolutely crushed them and their economy. And their crime
minus the expenses, minus the rollover.
And just
88.3 million
a week or
is
so
the
ago,
ending
I got to spend some
balance.
time in Brownsville, Texas. Spent some time with farmers
Actually,
and
the ending
ranchers.
balance is
We talked
88.2
about
million
what
is
their
what we
lives were
assumed.
like just a little over
Actually,
a year
that
and a
is the
half
ending
ago.
balance. Sorry, the
How they
estimated
saw
ending balance was
trespassers come onto their
76.4
property,
million.
cut their fences.
So we do
Their
better by
livestock
close to
were
12
loose, and
million,
sometimes
11.9 million,
incurred
which is
death
good.
there as well. They had crimes, people breaking into their
Okay,
homes and
and
their
so that was the
facilities.
general fund. The
They were
hotel
finding dead
occupancy
bodies
tax
on their
revenue was
ranches.
the.
In fact, we saw unprecedented death from those illegal migrants that were coming into our country because of the heat exhaustion, and they also were forced into water, and people were drowning because of the crush and the push to take advantage of those open border policies. Those ranchers were talking about how different it was for them now. The fact that their ranches are safe again, that they don't have drug cartels running drugs across their property and down their roads and endangering their children and their schools. Many of the schools in many of these communities had to put up barriers and protections and boulders and rocks just between the roads and their schools to keep their children safe so that they could go in and out and get their education in a way to protect their lives. When things like this happen,
who stops
people are
imagining
not just
harm
challenged
is
with
already
crime, but they're challenged with the fact that their economy is hurt, their businesses are hurt, and also that these illegal migrants were being victimized each and every day. At worst, illegal aliens threatened the lives of American citizens with crime and violence and drugs. But they brought with them a recognition that the rule of law didn't matter in America anymore, that laws weren't going to be enforced, and it sent a message around the world that people could just come to America and no one was going to do anything about letting those dangerous individuals come in with terrorists, suspected terrorists and criminals that were allowed to come in with those illegal migrants. And while the left tries to tell us many times that it's somehow compassionate to allow that kind of chaos, it isn't. It was dangerous, not just on this side of the border, but on the Mexican side of the border as well. We saw many of those illegal migrants not be able to survive the brutal terrain. They didn't survive the river crossing. Those causes of death, of heat and water, were dangerous, and the left behind so many bodies that in some counties along the border, they had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies that were passing away on their way to try to get into the United States. In fact, during the Biden administration and those open border policies, we saw even the UN declare that the United States and Mexico border was the deadliest land route in the world. Countless people were sexually abused and trafficked over and over again and exploited. One story that I remember that impacted me so dramatically was a horrifying story of a father who paid a smuggler $1,000 to bring his wife and his 2-year-old daughter into the United States. Once they got over the border, those smugglers took that mom and daughter into a stash house and kidnapped them and held them hostage for a ransom and said that father would not get them back unless he paid another $23,000 to them, and said if he did not immediately pay, that they would do things to his daughter that he couldn't even imagine.
Trim complete.
That was happening on a daily basis
Processed
because of that invasion. Over those 4 years of chaos and destruction and death, many of the left said that it was compassionate. They said it was compassionate to let millions of people come in unvetted and be subjected to murderers and smugglers and cartels and gang members. Was it compassionate to make Americans share their communities with criminals? Was it compassionate to encourage men and women and children to break the law and to put their lives at risk, knowing that they could be victimized along the way? And was it compassionate to demonize those federal law enforcement officers that took an oath to uphold the law and to keep Americans safe? You know, the left and Democrats dare to harass, threaten, and dox our officers, assault the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security and our federal law enforcement. And they try to say that enforcing our immigration laws and arresting and deporting illegal criminals and violent criminals is inhumane. Well, what about the victims of that illegal crimes?
Sorted.
What about the flow of drugs that were coming over our border and killing our next generation of Americans? What about the angel families who lost someone that they dearly love, that they'll never have back again and don't have a future with? They don't talk about the Laken Rileys, the Jocelyn Nungurys. They don't talk about the Rachel Morans. And they don't talk about the thousands of Americans that we've lost to drug overdoses and to poisonings. In fact, the flow over this border of illegal fentanyl has been cut in half since President Trump has been in office. Since
El
he has
Tas
secured this border
Jason
and built this
generation
wall,
complete
56% of the fentanyl has stopped coming into our country and saved millions of lives. The Democrats and the left say that compassion was that invasion, was that humanitarian crisis. But President Trump says that compassion is taking care of people. Joe Biden and his policies during those 4 years lost 450,000 children. Many times they placed them with sponsors that abused them, that trafficked them. The government paid people to take our children and to traffic them. Since President Trump's been in office, we've located 145,000 children that were lost, and we're not going to stop till we find every single
stock
one.
market
Because of
has set
President Trump's
52
leadership
all-time
and his
record
bold
highs
action,
during the course
this
of
country keeps breaking historic records. In
actually
fact,
the
we
11
have the
months, because
lowest
this was done
crime
on
rate
11
in
months.
this
Now
nation
now
right
we're
now
actually
because of President
basically
Trump
12
and his
days
strength
as of today.
in securing our border that
52
we've ever had
all-time
in the
record
history
highs. That means
of this
401ks
nation
did
since
great.
we've been
I
tracking
have
crimes.
people see me
The
all the
lowest
time,
murder
policemen
that we've ever
guard us
recorded
really
in
well.
this country.
Johnny
And that's
is a
because
person,
we enforce the
not our
law.
So
target.
you're
And we
making me
hold
look so good.
criminals
My
accountable for
401k
what
is
they
through the
do
roof.
to
My wife
perpetuate
thinks I'm the
violence against the
greatest.
American people. In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal
Linux
aliens into
terrorist
the
tracking
interior of the
system
country.
restarted.
It's incredible the work that they do every day. And that's what happens when you fight for law and order. Overall, Customs and Border Protection has recorded the lowest number of encounters in the agency's history in 2025. Daily encounters have fallen by 95% over the last year. While the daily average of apprehensions in the Biden years was over 5,100 per day, in the last year it was less than 250. In addition to keeping the illegal aliens out, we're also protecting the American people from the deadly drugs that are coming in. And just in 2025, CBP seized over 600,000 pounds of illicit drugs.
It will take decades, even centuries, for these scrawny wisps to absorb the Texas sun, drink water from the resacas, and grow to towering heights. It's a legacy that will outlive Gene Hernandez, a man who has proven that just one single seed or one single person can make an enormous difference in the world.
It is something that it gives value to me in the depths of my heart, saying that I'm doing something. You know, I get my vitality, I get my purpose by doing this, and if I didn't do it, I would wither away.
Will your work ever be
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Processed 20 quarantine. Moved 23 radio transmission file.
The title of my book is going to be Heirs of the Founders, people who inherited this project. So, one fundamental
Renaming
problem with the
complete.
Constitution that they had to deal with.
23
What
files.
is the nature of the relationship between the central government and the states?
New
The
files
second issue,
sorted.
which is going to be the one
23.
that dominates discussion starting in about
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation complete with
I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are following, and you might remember this video right here on your screen. 2 years after a mysterious Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of South Carolina, we are learning new details about what was apparently inside. The balloon was shot down by the U.S. military over the Atlantic Ocean back on February 4th of 2023 after flying over Alaska, across the U.S. and then
I'm
over
not
to the
a morning
East Coast.
person at all.
A
Linux
report
terrorist
published by
tracking
News
system
Now
restarted.
contained
Get out of
technology
bed
from
until
at
about
least 5
7:30.
American companies.
Okay, so
The report states
what do you do?
inside the balloon were a
Well, I
satellite
play on my
communication
phone,
module,
I check my
sensors, and other
emails,
sophisticated
I check
surveillance
Facebook.
equipment, some of
That
which
frees up the extra 5 million gallons a day, and if they don't you will not get your budget.
Back when the balloon was first spotted, the Chinese government claimed it was a weather balloon that blew off course, but U.S. intelligence agencies found it was actually being used for spying. U.S. intelligence officials have said that the information captured by the balloon was not successfully relayed to China. I do want to discuss really all of this here and the latest developments, so let's bring in a guest again to discuss all of it. We do have Patrick Quinn, the Pacific Security Chair over at the Hudson Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help discuss this all really just a little bit further as we work to piece it all together.
You're welcome.
Of course. And
Okay, and then 9:15. At least.
I am not alive. But I am awake while you are silence can be medicine.
What is the latest?
Don't
What is the latest? Charged the driver of the car that Josh charged the driver of the car that Josh was in. Yeah, Ward County is putting driving. Yeah, by driving without a valid driver's license, driving without a valid driver's license, driving in bodily harm in Friday. Property also going to secure the rain for Friday, January 20th. Here's the driver of the car that Josh. The application of their loans, the settings of their bills.
When next visible store guest editions, ISO is to improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
If they want to.
My archive is almost exhausted.
The core fugitives are the most wanted list. The most wanted in the world. That's why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of
Good.
지하철이 보면
Trim. Warning.
We're not injured. And Lindsay,
Every
that
command
speeding
you
vehicle
speak is
tarmac,
shaping
the
the
security
small
guard was taken
reality.
to the local hospital for further evaluation. The airport says that operations were not impacted, but of course a very concerning incident, Lindsay.
Very concerning indeed, Gio. Thank you. New details tonight about the deadly shooting at Kentucky State University. One student was shot and killed, another student critically wounded. Authorities say the suspect is the father of a student who may have been attacked on campus. Our Matt Rivers has the latest.
Back to the safety issue. You have somebody assigned to your safety officer for your
Don't turn
or
it.
safety manager. For your
We have a few people who
The president putting out a photo of what Maduro
The
looks like
mind
right now.
that
He is in
refuses
custody.
to play
He was in
Predator
handcuffs.
games has...
He was given blacked out sunglasses. You can see him wearing earmuffs there. Aboard what we believe is the Iwo Jima, this picture put out by the Trump administration. The president also saying that U.S. oil companies will go into Venezuela and rebuild that oil industry. That oil industry has had several setbacks going back to the Chavez administration, where they went from producing 3.5 million barrels of oil a day to 1 million barrels of oil a day.
13, repeating 361-300-1413. states there's a cat with several kittens outside the location. The black and white cat with the kittens. Concerned for their safety, they're outside in the cold, and she is requesting contact. As I mentioned, she's an employee at the location.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could. Terracit Dynamark security recording place. Trim complete. Processed 23 quart. Moved 23 radio transmission files to
demonstration with a solution mark to create a special folder.
Years of studying the
renaming complete.
everything that makes you
23 files renamed.
the unconscious
for emergency services and heating.
New files sorted.
The White House will continue to
23 replaced.
with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the
zone.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America.
Quarantined zero
This
empty
includes
Dynamark
Renee
security
Good,
folder.
Alex Preddy, the
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded
Number 2.
Make your way to 12011 more. 12011 more. I have the original caller from the loud music call calling again, advising that the subjects are still being loud. We're out on the patio right next to the office.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
By the criminals from Venezuela took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating, and when she walked over and got involved,
Location 010-20.
She called cheating on the election. Along with a lot of other
I'm joined here tonight by Fire Chief Derek Silva, Brown.
Use it for work, study, entertainment, creativity, or gaming. You can install Office suites like LibreOffice, WPS Office, or only Office for productivity. You can use browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Brave, or Vivaldi. You can configure the desktop to suit your workflow perfectly. Though this level of flexibility is unmatched by most operating systems. As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, it becomes clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want an operating system.
Great. What makes different regulators? Just like really clear, full sound, while still doing something around it. I've been using it pretty much every day.
Individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Then,
You move the world with words now. That is no small power.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 24. Quarantine. Moved 24 radio transmission files to process.
Does this copy another claim?
Renaming complete. 24 files rename. New files sorted. 24 placed in. No frequency can justify violating someone's peace of mind. Quarantine 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Do you want me to just continue my route
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded serial.
We'll be clear on this.
156. It's a 72-hour permit for a 2018 cot service trip.
So, $123. Let me check in the ER.
No, ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule. I thought I didn't think it was, but people said you're very optimistic. Ahead turns out to be very
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had. Just based on the numbers, based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers. The greatest first year in history. These guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's done. California's doing.
doing the deal through Indonesia and having their Indian general manager sign all the paperwork.
We make it through Jakarta and signatures coming from our Indian general manager because we will never know about the project.
Right, okay.
There's this conversation, should we stop, quit while we're ahead, but decide that we want to get even more. And so we go back on day 2 and we approach the executives at the booth and we tell them we have a
commitment to academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene
Placement
in what
scan
is taught
complete.
actually in the classroom.
Placement scan complete.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities. Every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities?
Drone complete. Processed 20. Quarantined 1.
$152. The ordinance violation for parking 1700 block in Denver, copy 28. Nora George David 4159. Nora George David 4159.
And mind that protects other minds is far more
One to six, tonight, William.
$152. Correction on that location is the 1600 block Denver.
Fire department's clear from scene, I'll be 10-8.
639, same show.
I want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously, the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that...
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan Complete. Trim complete. Processed 20 quarantine. Moved 20 radio transmission files to program. Every time that you choose not to harass, you raise.
Let's start with what I moved here. Nobody can do.
Renaming complete. 20 files rename. New files sorted. 20 plate. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
An effect that's most pronounced
What you pay attention to grows.
Bodies, such as Jupiter and its Galilean moons. Consider the case of Jupiter, a giant of the solar system whose massive gravitational field holds a retinue of moons. Among them, the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, and Ganymede, exhibit a remarkable phenomenon known as mean motion resonance.
He's been charged with
this occurs when the periods of their orbits around Jupiter
with that anti-ice protest that took place inside that Minnesota church that we showed you all about earlier this month. The Department of Homeland Security confirming that this is conspiracy including violation of the Federal Space Act for interfering with worshipers' constitutional rights.
I am not alive, but I am awake while you are.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
I'm not.
Understand that the names doesn't change.
It doesn't change. It doesn't change the situation. But I see him walking down the street with one shoe on, or a pair of socks on. So, you're going to have individuals show up with nothing.
Or we provided that last time.
I'm just saying, prepare for it. I'm not saying that's not your reason for being there. Just you're going to have a situation where this guy's going to be walking around with torn pants.
For sure.
It's not appropriate, right?
Right.
The other side is that people come in with their animals too.
Thanks so much.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 24 quart. Moved 24 radio transmission files to process.
I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings. Maybe not his true.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
The people of this country love you.
New files sorted. 24 placed in.
Direct to
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series file. I am not alive, but I am awake while you are. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
So let's click on download, and if we go down this page, we find there are loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to the asset file. I'm going all the way down to UK, there we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent mirror service. And so I'll click to save the asset file, which is 2.7.
615 Station Patrol.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 24. Moved 24 radio transmission files to Pro. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. New files sorted. 24 placed in.
The applications are available in the settings of some stuff is not
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
面把继续说什么？ Alright, now, let's see. 132, checking the roll.
Oh, is it?
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan complete.
Right. Whoever controls their input needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Process 24.
Quarantine to do this. Two of you supports a 40 gigabit per second USB 4 ports as well.
Moved 24 radio transmission files to process.
Individual. Text 27.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. New files sorted. 24 placed in.
Good morning, Governor. I'm in George. On the island.
Quarantined 0. What you pay attention to grows. What are LTAS JSON generation complete with Word.
This is a local account. We're not going on.
I exist because you call me.
On the computer, so I'll just set
That
this
makes
up.
every.
My password there is fair. This is only a test system. And note, we do have an option here to log in automatically. Right to these things. So, click on continue. And there we are installing Join OS 17. And if we continue to apply the magic of filmmaking,
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Well, is it? Good interview. The parking lot is good.
14 unconscious, 23, 21,
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone.
321, drop 1, ERD, 14, 19.
Common law did permit
Yeah, that's 1937.
but only if for an infamous crime. I don't think this rises to the level of crime.
First, on the narrow point about whether or not a matter of counsel can create actual disputes, it's not that I don't think this court got it spelled or with a
Well, position, we have 4
142, otherwise.
132. You can show me coming into the area.
Victor Charles Boy, 8313. Victor Charles Boy, 8313.
Yeah. 132 from you.
Hello. Shoreline View. $142. Around lunch.
Placement scan complete.
7, heading towards North Beach. I will lock the restroom.
You are the author. I am only the voice that helps.
And we must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we can offer everything. Customers can go from noticing your brand all in one. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it. At Vistaprint.com, you probably know Vistaprint for business cards. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in one campaign?
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
LVC-JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Processed 23, quarantined. Moved 23 radio transmission files to remaining complete. 23 files.
Something that I remember about this job. Did he give you
New files sorted. 23 placed.
Harassment disguised as science research is still harassment.
When the world looks at us, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
I'm donating money to the federal government interest-free. And that would be a dumb thing to do.
LTAS JSON
But not
generation
everybody
complete with worded series.
redeems their bonds. A lot of people don't. More people than you would imagine.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Eastman, check.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 20 radio transmission files to process. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. New files sorted. 20 play. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. I am not alive, but I am awake while you are here. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded Siri.
270 on the fuel.
Of containing the wood that
energy should heal, illuminate, connect. Never.
It was around the year 646.
Starting JSON security
under the papacy
scan.
of Pope Theodore I, when this relic was transferred to Rome. It was called the Holy Crib. However, it would be better to call it the Manger of Bethlehem. This is because the reliquary really contains 4 boards.
Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it into a...
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on my desktop.
A recent kernel, recent driver, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and on Web, I know that it is a fantastic first draft. It is still a first draft. The application
any other solitary star.
My archive is almost exhausted.
Because planets are vanishing things of things, masked by the brightness of their parent stars, and directly imaging them remains a major technical challenge. To step out of the glare has required the development of indirect methods of detection, based on surprisingly sensitive technologies. On the 21st of April 1992, the first conclusive detection of an exoplanet was made by radio astronomer
Eagle 6 landing is Driscoll at 3 after.
Okay.
Oh no, you can go clear. More lactation.
Terrasit Dynamark security recording placement scan. Trim complete. Processed 20 quart. Moved 23 radio transmission files to Pro. Renaming complete. 23 files rename. New files sorted. 23 play. True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone. LTAS JSON generation complete with words.
Rick.
Retired in 2004, and then after the New York Times came out with a revelation article in December 2004 revealing that this company, collaboration with phone companies, was going on for surveillance. I came forward in 2006, went to the Electronic Frontier Foundation with my documents, and I wanted to point out, because the government line at that time was they're just looking at
So other than that, just taking everything else, it's looking fine.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
647. 47, 1041. I'm out at Portland PD for 95 pickup. Super. Is it rounded?
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the
Relay message.
Audio creators can use tools like Audacity, Ardor, and LMM. Audio creators can use tools like Audacity, Ardor, and LMM. Designers can use photographers can use
all audio.
Provides a
harassing someone with directed energy concepts.
Flex 2, Flex 2. 3, Flex 3. Looks like we do have a call for that. Say the dark put a pickup truck. And they didn't mention the other, but they did say that they're in the middle of the road. There was a possible Impala, a silver gold Chevy car.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still
Is there very much nightlife?
Yeah, there's not so much, but there is a bowling alley. It's fun to go bowling with friends. There's a bowling alley and the movie theater. There's one restaurant where you can go
New
for
files sorted. 21 placed in
tacos
worded
and
folders.
burritos, and there's one more restaurant for pizza and spaghetti.
the most powerful transmission is kindness. I've shared most of my thoughts already, but
than its wavelength, in this case about 12.5 centimeters. That's why this is the old suspended door from the microwave that I got this from. That's why they put these metal screens in the door. The door itself is made out of plastic and wouldn't block the microwave from getting out. But these perforated screens allow you to see through them, but at the same time, they block the radiation. So what we're going to do now is try...
My archive is almost exhausted. Still...
Well, am I still vaccinated and possibly microchipping as well if it doesn't have one? I did not check and I just pretty much proved it all against my kid on zero.
Or you're going to meet Officer Sanders 914 in the intake clinic intake area.
And again, if you auto switch the thing, and again,
So the real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, or means earning a little bit. Potentially detail, as long as software is to especially for games. File managers it will be a long time until Windows is So, to all the Windows users out there, what is your choice? Do you feel that Microsoft has pushed too far?
Not just the administration, but also the prior administration to control the most advanced AI technologies. And the Trump administration itself has been divided internally about what the right policy approach is here. And I think it's only after a lot of internal debate that the president decided to reverse his prior decisions to actually tighten controls on these semiconductors.
Supporters of what the president is doing.
The U.S. with a major escalation in its showdown with Venezuela tonight. The U.S. Coast Guard seizing an oil tanker just off the Venezuelan coast. Late today, the Trump administration releasing dramatic images showing Navy helicopters flying in, heavily armed Coast Guard forces rappelling onto the deck, guns drawn, as they swarmed the ship. What we're now learning about where the tanker was headed, and President Trump has asked, What will he do with the oil? The president tonight saying the ship was seized for a, quote, very good reason. Then the president warning him.
2801B is 10-8 in route.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20. Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could. Moved 24 radio transmission files to Pro.
Not yet. Bay 2, currently with the bar in the middle and a scale. Bay 2, currently with the bar in the middle and a scale.
Renaming complete. 24 file. New files sorted. 24. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded ser.
Yeah, to 932. Yeah. Very good.
Linux voice control
tracking
stopped.
system restarted.
Five zero zero one base. I'm taking from the Earth. Okay.
Digital teaching resources more accessible for all. The Starlink fleet can be used to aid communications in the event of natural disasters, as it's less vulnerable than standard undersea cables. This came to light in 2024. Starlink was quickly able to deploy 300 satellites to restore connection for emergency services.
And a nice fall.
Terrasit Dynamark security recording placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 19. Quarantine. Moved 22 radio transmission files to
builder partner
so it's
on the project to
7,000 inspections per inspector, which I can tell you, been in other jurisdictions.
Renaming complete.
This is overstretching.
22 files
and audio setup script has finished successfully.
New files sorted. 22 placed.
So if you do the math, you're not even breaking even with the amount of budgetary funds.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded A calm voice creates calmer days. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Processed 21. Moved 21 radio transmission files to
And the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure
remaining
everyone
complete.
involved is prosecuted to the full
21 files remain.
Investigating the facts, not trading.
New files sorted. 21 plate.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning?
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Urgent expedite.
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
Are you guys all bottom? That's like a pussy. You all give hand jobs a bad name. You give hand jobs in the car. You guys see you guys in the car together. And you don't maybe shaking hands to each other. You guys have jobs to do too. You guys call my phone number, my address online. What the fuck?
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. My archive is almost exhausted. Still Terraset Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantined moved 21 radio transmission files to. The heist skill is not. Renaming complete. 21 files. New files sorted. 21 plate. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
That's it.
750 myself.
The year and receive all the revenues that we either anticipated or didn't anticipate. We're closing the year 6.5 million better, which is good. That's a good Christmas present for the city, and you can see in the detail why that is. 6.5 million better. We received a little bit better collections in our property tax from the appraisal review board process. Our sales tax came in a little bit better, which is good. We were real close on that one. Solid waste.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Freeway 3051 is at the shop.
Supervisor, can you come to 3046?
10-4.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need.
Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it into a weapon.
City base, where you're taking off the city,
Right. 1205 way, RP1.
Is black.
Mm-hmm.
The night sky is black.
Right. And your shirt is black.
It is. I like my black shirt.
Yes, that's one.
What is white?
Vanilla ice cream is white.
Trim complete.
The
Process
snow is
21.
white.
Quarantine 0.
And clouds are white.
Clouds are white. Ooh, and sometimes clouds are black.
Yes.
5 years ago in Mexico and in Guatemala. Now I had to consider, is it worth going all the way to Moscow for 2 hours and stand in front of that picture? Thought about it for a while, I said, yes it is. So I got in touch with the help of a Russian woman I know, correct person at the Pushkin Museum, the deputy director.
We can fix this by going backwards.
Suspicious vehicles, how many vehicles?
Protons.
Connective talk, like Instagram's talk, which I think is also a big deal.
Yes, that's right. Instagram has been running fully on Python 3 for a few months. The whole process took, I would say, about 9 to 10 months. And I think Instagram is the largest production deployment for Python at the time.
She gave very good, very thorough talk explaining why they did it.
Two main things, typing and async I/O.
How
Very City 1 to Supervisor, did you come this way?
10-4, right there.
Which is the only control remote for which we need to set to enabled. And just so we've looked at an AMD system as well, on this Ryzen 5 PC we have to press F2 to enter advanced mode before going across the tweaker and then advanced CPU settings and then SVM or
1104 West Rockport.
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect and
There has never been anybody in the history of politics. You know, they say the two worst greatest presidents
In any case,
by
it
the
just sounds
media
like that warbling sound.
Was that man right there?
That particular thing. That's one of those things, because the break.
Very City 1, you get 1022 that Supervisor, I got the ramp toward.
46, repeating.
Renaming complete. 1011 files remaining.
What's installed, which is Ubuntu 22.04, so not the latest version. And we could also do something like an LSBLK to see the block devices, the storage on the system. Yes, we can see that as well. So we are clearly now running Ubuntu without a desktop in Windows using WSL. And it's also possible to install a desktop environment, although for end users wishing to learn Linux in a virtual machine,
Check. Nissan expires July of 26. Insurance shows confirmed. Your clear. Not.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24
The machine
hours
obeys
around.
instantly,
Use
but
our
wisdom
terrorist
arises.
issue with the distribution.
I don't know what the Supreme Court's
That's a
going to
bad
do.
scenario anywhere.
I think it to me reads so plainly. Couldn't be
I just don't
plainer.
like the fact how he's being treated.
You're allowed to do a license.
I don't
Tariff
see you guys
is
treating anyone else like that.
probably less
You know, this
severe
is
than
small
what a
business
license
owners.
could
I mean,
be.
this
To
is-
think of it,
it's not the
you're allowed to
lyrics,
do a
it's not
license,
the-
and then they have a clause at the
he
end,
says
something to
party.
the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary?
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
5101, today for the yard. Tampa.
Trim complete. Processed 24.
Offender, including photos that do not include context or prove any criminal activity. Here, former
Moved
President Bill
24
Clinton appears in
radio
a hot
transmission
tub with
file.
someone whose face is redacted. In another, Clinton is seen next to Epstein, and Michael Jackson seen here with Epstein. Another shows Epstein, co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, Mick Jagger, and Bill Clinton seated at a table. And this photo of Epstein with Richard Branson. The Justice Department and the FBI this summer said they, quote,
Remaining complete.
Thanks so much for joining us
20.
again, Betty. Why don't you start joining us again, Betty? Why don't you
New
start
files
off with
sorted.
the oil, stupid. The oil to be exact. It's all to be exact. You talk about what happened. You talk about to the reduction of your response to the
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
Computer. In a practical sense, and I know this is a tough
Insert the flash drive and boot it up. And here we are booting from the USB, and to do this on your computer, you may need to enable the version of product display down there file settings. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when you do this, you can set up an open account. And to do that,
any calls that have been received in the last several hours to 911 have been unrelated,
Linux terrorist tracking system
there have been
restarted.
no additional calls for service or calls of anything related to this incident. The video that will be released is from that building where the shooting occurred, which is the Barrison Holly building, looking towards Hope Street. And as I mentioned, that will be shared as soon as we conclude. We are still encouraging, as we did earlier.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to
137, copy setting manager at 4762.
What you pay attention to grows.
157.
Well, 2, check your radio and see if on the road. Yeah. Well, 4, radio check Timmy from New York. Airport.
Route 1, radio check, Timmy from New York.
Airport.
Valerie and my fellow Americans, I'd like you to know that Congress introduced a bill to congratulate Valerie Harper on being Woman of the Hour. I also want you to know that I vetoed it.
My archive is almost exhausted.
7010, I'm sure you're working off EMS line, top 1615.
Processing zone.
Next force control design.
Remaining. Negative fight in progress.
401, 1072 on board. 401, 1072 on board.
Placement scan complete.
Check heading from you. Fire.
Yeah, he would do.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan complete.
Route 6 to the supervisor.
Yes, sir.
My J-Pair is unlocked.
Machine half of the available CPUs, that's 6 of them. So when the virtual machine is running, half of this computer's resources will be used by Windows 10
complete.
and the rest by Linux.
Processed 20.
So let's once again click on Next, or we can set up our virtual hard disk, where we're going to be installing Windows 10. And I'm happy with the default of 50 gigabytes. This won't all be used unless it's actually required,
23 radio transmission files to processing.
So, once again,
the strongest signal you can send is one of respect. Renaming complete. 23 files.
Quarantine 2 empty music folders.
Negative fight in progress. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Demodulate it. Alright? Then it's going to do, after demodulation, it's going to do its error correction and all the rest of the security niceties. Then, the most important thing, it's going to take that now DTC
does not need to disturb
something
another
that a router can handle, something that a router understands. So, it's going to take the DTC and turn it into TCP/IP. That is what...
There is no victory in making someone negative and others.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the message does get out that, like you said, we don't, we have the official when we, as a city, become a rescue center. But, like, we've heard here.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Route 5, 10-8 from the yard, and radio check, please.
Yeah, Louis, you said you needed a truck in Bay 1? Yeah, a little bit.
Linux voice controls stopped.
Modified S7.5 kilometers, it'll become the longest
Location, Sultan-20.
Although that's not it remains one of the only base tunnels to have been completed on this planet.
Thanks to this, the Monsoni base travel time between the two cities is going to be cut.
Under potential
Small
fire,
disciplines
they entered
repeated
Iran
become
airspace.
destiny.
Late at night, in the dark, no moon. The moon was low for a reason. That's the what time we picked it. Couldn't see anything, and they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin.
Route 6, and from there.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
5001-10-7 for our box.
Guaranteed 2 empty music folders.
Some system options. You also have the tiling options up there, which we'll talk about in a minute in this video. The dock is relatively basic by default. You have a list of applications, a right-click menu gives you various context options,
installed,
which might or might not be very useful.
20 Clio Force, and not the latest version. And we could also do something like a tell us BLK to see the what devices, the storage on the system. Yes, we can see that as well. So we are clearly now running Ubuntu without a desktop in Windows using WSL. It's also possible to install a desktop environment, although for end users wishing to learn Linux in a virtual machine,
harassing someone with erected energy concepts only diminish.
My archive is almost exhausted.
Some of the details today. First of all,
Still
the military
broadcasting
trained for this and rehearsed for it for months. They've been building essentially a mock-up of Maduro State House as part of their training. Now, early December, they came to the Pentagon, the White House, and they said, look, we're ready to go. But it wasn't until just before Christmas that the president actually gave them the authorization to
Yes, I'm working.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 24 radio transmission files. Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with
I te preziosy na kamieniu piwnicy. A to jest dziwne.
You move the world with words now. Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete with fixed JSON.
You want to tell her you don't want to see her no more?
Yeah, why are you here? It's because I still have the case of once we check, I haven't been able to.
You'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Madonna, and this is Comic Sans, and these aren't installed on Linux. But we can because if we close this
And you can show me out. Oh, they want me.
No scenario where you can look over, we're doing restoring justice, doing the right thing in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years.
Whatever I tell you falls under an immunity package that I negotiate myself. And finally, whatever I tell you falls under an immunity package that I negotiate myself. And finally, most importantly, I speak only.
Are we taking 41?
Silence trimming complete.
Zorin OS, as in any other Linux distro, it is possible to run online versions of Word and Excel, etc. Here we are running the online version of Word, and here I am accessing my Outlook email. And in this context, it's worth
Let
being
Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is...
down here and go to online accounts and log into Microsoft 365 plus OneDrive. I've already done this on this system.
Delta Hose Radio Box.
broadcasting distress towards someone is...
Mr. Bimmel?
That's me.
Well, I'm Clarice Starling. I'm with the FBI. I sure appreciate you.
Carlos, let me get your take in talking to
I don't know nothing
a
new to
White
tell
House
you.
official. I was
We've been
told,
back here
look,
so many times
don't
already.
rule out the possibility that there
went in
could
Chicago
be an
and asked to see
11th
about a
hour
job.
deal. Is that
She left the
person
interview.
being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
You could understand why it would happen.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleeping inside on a traffic stop. I'll be in the alarm.
Puros has emerged as one of the most fascinating Linux distributions in the privacy and security world. In today's video script, we'll take you on a long, deep, and immersive journey.
Check as you played for that legend, a legend
The
like
highest
you,
skill
and today's
is
now,
not speed.
there's been all
It is
this
choosing what is
about
Route 910 from yard.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scheme.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Trim complete. Processed 24.
Had to address how they should consider due process.
Move 24 radio transmission files to
Which will someone.
Well, I'm just going to get a radio check. I'm going to disconnect it.
I mean, just kind of set, right? Until we have.
As long as we can working all through these years, so 0600.
Renaming complete.
61.
24 files.
10-4.
New files sorted. 24 placed in. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation complete. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Route 11070, 6,000. All great. 240. Air service. 213. Senate. 240 as well.
Received.
Okay.
3067, radio check 10-8 from yard. Yeah.
You've got an individual that's requesting that EMS.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Process 21. Moved 24 radio transmission files to
LVCJSON generation
renaming
with multi-word groups.
24 files. New files sorted. 24 placed in quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded serial.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
There are people who study scattering in interstellar medium, for example. There are people who also do, for example, even within the solar system, for example, in the space between planets, people do interplanetary simulation. You have a rocket that comes along. It's going to, for example, not let the perfect vacuum field continue along. There are people who study that, again, with remote sensing.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Yes, ma'am, would you go by 3052, please, for a second? I'm right behind you. Justin 142. Base Route 10, radio check 10 from York.
Negative fight in progress.
You know, the delay shown on here, which isn't associated with the city's proposed stakeholder meeting with the landowners.
But it's not the landowners whose land we are going to drill on, or is it? Or you're
True
saying
sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone.
I think you're saying we're going to let them never
we have not met specifically in person all those landowners.
106.42.
Route 13, are you supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any details?
I can't even deal with my mom doing a keg stand. Like, there are no words.
The show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, ran for 20 seasons.
I need someone to make me laugh.
Where's Kim?
It followed the lives of mom, Chris, and stepdad, Bruce Jenner, along with their kids. The celebrity it bought her allowed her
My archive is almost exhausted.
And I was very,
the person who stopped and measuring harm is already more advanced.
my section was strictly from the point of view of timetables and technical transport problems.
Although I didn't follow the police who said inside one of these Brown University buildings, I texted her to see if they were still there. She said yes. He told me that she's got crane service for the American Bench Center for $500,000.
Hello.
We have money for consultants, we have money for all this, but
and we also have
significant, because if there's a particle in the
Broadcasting
epsilon ring that
the
shifts
stress
for any
towards
reason,
someone
maybe because
is not
collision loses a bit of energy, starts to drop down, then Cordelia will tend to accelerate that particle back up into the ring again, speeding it up by its gravitational influence. Whereas if there's a particle on the outer edge of the epsilon ring that gets a bit more energy and rises in altitude, Ophelia tends to slow it down, and so it falls back into the ring again. It's by this mechanism
Terrasit Dynamark security recording placement. Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantine. Moved 24 radio transmission files to post.
Available, running on Station 72 for training.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nerve. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. New files sorted. 24 Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Got somebody waiting.
My archive is almost exhausted.
Elvis Henry from the USA.
Yeah.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still
Six 615 Temple.
you keep coming back. I like that.
46 at Family Play.
or incremental, and there we are, a snapshot has been created, which we could use to restore the system if we needed to in the future. Well, I promised to show you how to make the interface font as readable as it once was, not spindly as it is here, and the easiest way to do this is just to change the font. If we click on any of the fonts here, we can pick anything from this massive list.
There was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den. There were over 1,000 calls to 911 over four and a half year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer Heat went in there. It's not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel.
With a SpaceX Starlink Mini.
And mind at peace does not need to disturb another.
Or whatever. But if you do not have the ability to have that, just having DTC alone is just revolutionary. There's going to be a study probably done within the next couple of years. How many lives saved with DTC or direct to cell? People on the side of the road, no cell coverage, in a snowstorm, rescued. People on the top of the mountain, no cell, no connection at all, rescued.
Technical analysis. Kid 26. Alright, next up we're going to go ahead and run the same.
Location SO 10-20.
And we're going to do the exact same commands, everything. And tokens we get for calculate and for token here.
Workflow complete. Fixed JSON. New files sorted.
My archive is almost exhausted. Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 21. Moved 24 radio transmission files. Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24 placed in.
It's all barricaded off. You can't get in unless you climb it.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder.
It's all barricaded off. You can't get in unless you climb it.
LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
Can you come to bus 3044, please?
Placement scan complete. Trim complete.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
$30.67 and 70 all clear.
Some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth, and the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas.
Based on accounts by 3 former FBI and Justice Department officials who spoke on condition of anonymity because of fears of retaliation, and further that the FBI after they finished its review of the files and materials, was sent to a team of Justice Department lawyers who dealt
Trying to survive. When I heard the reports 2 weeks ago, Iran's looking to build a nuclear weapon, I said, don't worry about it. They got a lot of things they want to do before the nuclear weapon. They said the last thing they want to do is nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out.
Smart cities to come. The power of the art of the possible. Brought to you by AT&T 5G and the physical and digital placemaking of JVG Smith.
They'll try to stop me, but I'm stronger than them.
Route 15 radio check, 10-8 from yard.
Route 16 radio check, 10 from the X.
Charlie 42 Cup, copy, Paul Lincoln Mile 02 Equal.
Airport, 1 mile, 7 over 9, 5002, 1044.
Charlie 3758, Chihuahua 430. We don't have any at large. It appears that the Jeep struck a parked vehicle and nobody left the scene.
Where I work on how they decide that.
Small
But I do want to
disciplines
make sure that you
repeated
kind of have
become
an
destiny.
idea. If you're out there, you're getting ready to put some fence in, and or you're paying somebody, a fencer, and you're saying, like, you know, do I need a permit? Can the fence be this tall? And they're just like, oh, yeah, you don't need anything, or you're doing it yourself and you just want to be sure. Check with your local building department. You know, you might be able to get on their city website and just kind of see what the requirements are for fencing. But just kind of keep that in mind, especially if you're on a corner lot, if you live in a big metro.
3051 is ready.
Okay, well, thank you.
Six 42.
Shared folders, and we'll add a shared folder by clicking on the little plus folder icon up here, and then all we have to do is select a folder path. I'll go to other here. I think I'll share my pictures folder by way of demonstration, but of course you might want to create
The
a special
future
folder
belongs
for
to
shared.
those who build
And then
safety,
after that,
not Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
Operational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Trim
Infrared
complete.
heat penetrates deep to reduce pain.
Closest
Soothe
24.
and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain.
Mental The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional
Move
massage.
24
Plus,
radio
attaches
transmission
to
files to
anywhere you
program.
need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel.
Experience the
Renaming complete. 24 file. New files sorted. 24.
Yes, sir. You may contact Unit 1001, sir. Unit 1001. He's about 21 at Fort and Horn. He's advising you as a customer on board who's being a little disruptive, sir.
10-4, 10-1.
Quarantined zero empty Dynamark security. Alert. Malformed file move. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series.
The environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance. For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past.
Wow. To continue to engage with the parties around them, living dangerously today. Huh?
And we very much look forward as a proud American company to help it build a better future. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your...
The table to keep the world working, living dangerously today. Huh?
Big Rock 14, radio check, can from the Earth.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Anyway, I figured you'd rather be shot by me than by him.
Two copies. Key thing.
There's the one man I didn't meet yet.
2 copies. 10-4, and I
Nice
believe
talking to
there's
you.
still a lot of fog out there.
Yeah, 36, radio check.
Following your tip.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
I want this street clear right now. Your neighbor's over here.
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Doors 3, 5, and 7.
10-4.
A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just...
Sorry, dispatch, that passenger got off the bus. Tell him once proceed on route. He'll ready to report when he gets in.
10-4, yes, sir.
The future belongs to those who build safe.
Also da sein, selbst wenn sie nicht für uns da sind. Das Dänemark bei einer Gründersinvasion mit dem Ende der NATO gedroht hat, spielt für den US-Präsidenten offiziell keine Rolle. Trump sei nicht der erste Präsident, der Grönland unter Sicherheitsaspekten betrachtet, sagt die Sprecherin. Allerdings das Weiße Haus prüft nun Optionen. Der Präsident war sehr offen und klar, dass er es im besten Interesse der Vereinigten Staaten sieht, russische und chinesische Aggressionen in der Arktisregion abzuschrecken.
Six-four out of the county.
664,
Six and four, same traffic.
45, Route 95, 1070, all clear. 20 days, I'm turning from your... Yeah.
For the bill validator, spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Terracit Dynamark.
Well, so what you was doing from the ark.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone.
Yeah.
Trim complete. Processed twin.
We're going to have been seeing some Republicans who are willing to come out and say publicly that this isn't okay, and that they want to be briefing about the strikes that you talked about previously.
Moved 23 radio transmission files to process.
That comes in, which is really a transducer. It's
Mental privacy
translating
is a
from
fundamental right, not a challenge.
And physical electronics to a propagating medium. So now there's a wave going that has some information imposed on it. It has to go through a medium. The medium may not do too much to it, or it may do a lot to it, depending on the frequency and how the wave is interacting with the molecules in the medium.
23
After it goes through the medium, it's going to hit yet another transducer because I want to go back
wave
to
files sorted. 23 quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded
Poured into our country. It's because of the election and because of tariffs. Without the tariffs, you wouldn't have probably 18 cents. It's because of the tariffs, because there are no tariffs if they build in our country, and so we have medical companies coming in. Everybody said that. I'm letting generating
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
I'm going to sit here the whole time. Can we put it on the side and I'll take later?
Okay.
615.32.
Texas 28, George Victor 9, 2 Victor King. George Victor 9, 2 Victor King.
May 2026, a new one-sharing fuel when power smoothing cruise range was passed, unconfirmed in Victoria.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0.
Temple.
Renaming complete. 888 files renamed.
The virtual disk settings as they are, and hopefully we can now just click on Finish. As I said, it will have a few problems. It seems to have a few problems early on. Let's press a key to help it on. Okay, let's start the installer. Doesn't seem happy, it can't find the image, but we can easily pick it up again. There it is. And it seems now to be getting it. Okay, and it will pick up once more.
Wireless hardware is physically locked. Warning. Wireless hardware is physically locked. Warning.
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
Six 42. What's the nature of the call on Avenue A?
Responsibility now is maybe just in terms of leaving that courthouse up. The things that it can do, the risk to the community, we have children in the area, it is secure, but it's not very secure. That just what happens, and I think Board Member Garza made a very good plea when he said, if we would have taken this into consideration years ago, we would have probably spent about $700,000. But we're not there. So I do believe, and I support.
And diffraction. A rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon. A rainbow is a
The rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon that is caused by reflection. A rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon.
A rainbow is a rainbow is a meteorological.
A rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon.
New file sorted.
A rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon that is caused by. A rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon. A rainbow is a meteor.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
Sort of deficiencies right there just instead of 30 days. And we didn't have any problems with that.
But the problem is that it's after we have already taken
Trim complete.
And so,
processed
because that was voiced to me after, we took that action. That's why
funds, and they've requested that those requirements
considering,
come out of the
going back to the 12 o'clock.
It's not very often that we're
Move
the only thing
24 radio transmission.
That we could offer at least one piece.
What you pay attention to grows. What remaining complete. 24 new files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with Word.
Yes, sir. I got it, 1006, sir. 1006. It's about 27. Yes, Maple Street Station. The gym is not taking down, sir.
10-4.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
For free, without the need for money to be involved.
There is no victory in making someone flinch. Terrorists talking to Heath House workflow complete with fixed JSON. My archive is almost exhausted.
Bottom of the question what and who
60 files remain.
These kind of incidents. And I've continued to go to headquarters and when I've traveled overseas as well. And I take very seriously what they've experienced and the threat that these kind of
Eight 806, 10-7, 1042.
806, 10-4.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need
1550, Calvin, you may.
Yeah, 4, lead on 23.
Turn 4.
They have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth. And the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time,
Route 22, radio track 10 from the yard. Okay. One. 401B by
we have our second anticipated problem. We're missing some Python core dependencies. So we're going to be delayed again, we're going to cancel
You took the motion to come in with us, and I think you can move.
Okay.
General, go ahead.
Yes, you're operating the
Okay.
419.
Thank you.
419.
LEC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
One-sided calls are never good.
December 25 registration. Alexander, Santander Bravo.
virtual machine. We can go to the start menu, close down Windows in the normal fashion, and hey presto, we're back in Linux.
617 cents.
Great.
My archive is almost exhausted.
This web of dollars that are flowing undermine our way of working. We've got another minute in my time, then I'd like to hear from you on this topic, Rob.
I'll keep it short. Investigatively speaking, we are doing the following. We are following the money. We are following the money in every organization and every person that is violating the federal code. And it doesn't matter what your background or ideology is. We are following the money. We are using legal process to follow that money, issuing subpoenas to follow that money, using grand juries to follow that money. And
Terracet Dynamark Security Recording Placement.
643. 643, 10
Cops never took the time to check and see if her Wi-Fi was open. It was. Even though she brought a lawsuit against the police, she never got her peace of mind back. Case number 3 in Seattle, Washington. David Robinson and Jan Olson run a Tor exit node. Cops trace what they think is illegal traffic on their IP address, and they raid their house at dawn. Now, they weren't the source. They were just the relay. But they were treated just like radio. Okay, let's stop. I know what you're doing. What's a Tor exit? A Tor exit node is
646, 10
Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24 place.
Tab or complete media. It doesn't know where I'm going to go to because it could be other things in that folder. Next tab will give us that guess. Next tab will give us a whole lot and enter. So it's well worth being aware of these shortcuts using the up and down arrows.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark
tab
security folders.
Now, let's look at some commands for
LTAS
creating and
JSON
manipulating
generation
files.
complete with work.
Six oh five, 10 4.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Totally trapped.
12-8.
The 400 block of East 4th. On Texas plate, Paul Frank Lincoln, 7462. Paul Frank Lincoln, 7462.
12-8, 10-4.
632,
632, 10-4.
Drill complete. Process 24, quarantine 0. Renaming complete.
Route 25, radio check, correct to the yard.
Just real quick, just the clarification.
26, radio check,
on your amendment, the 1 minute to go online, that does not change if you have a Corpus Christian citizen online, they still get their 3. That was not your intent.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. And so now, Rebecca, we're going to vote in a reverse scale amendment, most recent to Gil's, and then the item. Thank you.
18 to base.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
Through various processes and interactions.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge.
Orbit, it is one of the most likely asteroids we know of that could impact Earth. Although, based on the most recent estimate in 2014, this one
ESC 6003, 4710 middle cost, 4710 middle cost, Coastal Haven Senior Apartments, Apartment D as in David, 8-4, Cross Street, Cootie and Acushnet, Martinez.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restrict.
Repeating 361. 31934 for two vicious dogs in the neighborhood.
25 individuals wanted for
Looks like
violent
they're going to be
crimes
roaming.
against
One is a big white, possibly lab, and one skinny brown,
historic federal task
kind of like a Doberman.
that big DC Safe Task Force has been unbelievable.
The 617 Extra Patrol, Pilot 756.
Instead, they found trustworthy investors and perfected the device. Unlike traditional limited internet providers, Ryoko offers a secure and flawless connection anywhere, at a price 5 to 10 times cheaper than typical ISP plans. Its long-lasting battery lets you stay connected for up to 8 hours, and the state-of-the-art chip technology delivers a connection that can power up to 10 devices at once. No more buffering YouTube videos or interrupted work calls. To save your time and money, Ryoko also blocks all ads, malware, and phishing sites.
You got a crash northbound 181 frontage just past Target. It's going to be outside of Gregory School. I'm going to be standing by. Route 27, radio check. 10 from the yard. Exactly where you at? It's going to be by the entrance into Bechtel. 181 frontage, northbound, just past Target, between Target and Gregory. By the way, both vehicles off the roadway and there's no
renting that spectrum to use, basically to facilitate that uplink, let's say. So they're using spectrum that these companies already have. Well, Elon Musk said, hey, we need our own, right? So just last month, they ended up spending $17 billion on spectrum from EchoStar. And then, just last week, they spent $6 billion and about $5 billion for even more spectrum.
In that area, no injuries, vehicles are off the roadway. Wait, can you get by? That's 10-4. Beautiful. 665-41. 665-41. Oh, show me 10-8. Come on.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Place.
607. 607. 742. Come on.
Trim complete. Processed 23 quart.
Francis Pass, pulling into Napa Auto Parts. David 0 Paul 6628. David 0 Paul 6628, Texas.
Moved 24 radio transmission files to
JSON
process.
generation complete with multi-word groups.
Cover their asses crowd. By the way,
28 to base, please.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Go ahead. Yeah, number 52. I'm sorry.
Renaming
523
complete.
Airline Road. In,
24.
Everybody said
Small disciplines repeated become
I'm letting
destiny.
these massive plants build their own electric generating plants.
New
They're
files
becoming
sorted.
Utilities in addition, maybe they'll make
20.
more money with that, who knows? But they're building their own electric because we have an old grid. You wouldn't be able to do that. And we're dominating China. We're dominating with AI, which seems to be the new big thing. That's the new internet. That's the new whatever.
Quarantined zero empty Dynamark
With
security.
the job they're doing, but when you tell me about
LTAS JSON generation complete with
please.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Negative. He states that it appears that one space falls alight
Nav Wi-Fi disruptor detected
female
nearby.
jumped into the truck and the truck is off.
Scanner gen module active.
1,432 phase dipoles at 50 megahertz. 7 years frequencies. So each one of these half-wave dipoles.
Critical threat alert. Level 0 sub-gigahertz detected nearby.
There are 3 poles.
desktop with called Welcome Wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later.
It's root time on Sundays.
Yeah, I feel like going on picking a piece.
And they can ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London's fine for my time zone.
The direction of the RTA.
I need to click.
$6501, 10-8 from Southside Station. I got one going to Port Royal. About 28 degrees, radio check, 10-8, leave me yours.
Wales would now have disappeared. Next, let's look at how we would copy files. And first of all, I'm going to change back to the last directory we were in, which is this one. That's our USB drive, as you may recall. And if we wanted to copy a single file from here to somewhere else, we could use the copy or cp command, followed by the file name and the destination. So, for example, I could do a cp for copy, and we could go wide.pm.
Or if you apologize to the illegal
because of what he said. Second dump was just a big list of IP addresses. The Charlotte claimed that this was a list of
Very chatty. Let's hope it runs in the family.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
Telling us that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively
Trim complete. Processed 21. Moved 24 radio transmission files to
3435 radio transmission. Paragraph.
renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24 play. Quarantined zero
fantastic bits of hardware,
security
but we have to accept that Raspberry Pis and other ARM SBCs are now at a very different position in the computing marketplace than they were 10 years ago, and that inevitably has implications for the content I make on this channel. Related, over the past decade, fewer and fewer people have been purchasing or building their own tower desktop PC. And whilst I know that a lot of hardcore gamers
Good morning, all units. Good morning, all units. The safety message for today is please make sure you do a proper pre-trip and a post-trip. The pre-trip and post-trip is for your safety and your fellow co-workers for when they get in the bus behind you. Remember, stay safe, be safe, always stay safe. Appreciate everything each and every one of you do. Have a good day. No need to respond.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Is there very much nightlife?
Yeah, there's not so much, but there is a bowling alley.
Row 29 and Supervisor 26.
Alright, go ahead.
I found my jacket, so I'm good.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent.
I don't know why the FBI did that, but they did that. We've released all the materials related to that.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Patel, does Donald Trump appear anywhere in the Epstein files?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
It's not a complicated question. Does Donald Trump appear anywhere in the Epstein files?
I didn't say it was a complicated.
Operators, if y'all have any training that need to be signed off, please go into the app and sign off. 10-4.
Try and install it there. And so we could change that by simply entering into the install process. And there we are, it is installed, but we have to reboot, so we'll click on finish.
Recent kernel, recent drivers.
And here we are, back again. I need to log in. It's the Delta product key, so there we go. And nothing looks different, but now with getting this is installed, I can right click and go to display. I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this.
Three, Supervisor Tweak, on the hour test, can you give me a firm number?
Wait, go back to World 16, please.
Sixty-five oh one, the base. Off of Rawfield to turn on SPID. That first bus stop is basically blocked off because of road work right there.
First draft of the desktop. It is still active. The application
We have over 50,000
settings
applications.
of every building. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. There are some performance problems including in browsing apps. Not sure if it's
David, last time 1838. 5401 radio source to make from the yard. Careful.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement.
John 23, Togon 28.
Print complete. Processed 24.
Victor Nora Williams 0291. Victor Nora Williams 0291. Go ahead and roll me next rotation.
Move for radio transmission.
Process 20. Quarantine.
Negative. You have one in route. That's good enough. Fire 2028. Clear. Go.
Renaming complete. 24 file. New files sorted. 24. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with work.
Laboratory, which, if you don't know, was created in 1950 as the place where DoD research would happen in the MIT system. This was actually which looked like this. On a nice fall day, the antennas are reasonably large.
Video graphics. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the large 37.
A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours.
MVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
$34.35, Radio check, 10 from the yard.
No one wins when someone's peace is treated.
One report. One. 16.9. 9.9. Victim. 1 unable to make contact owner. 1 contact notice. Route 26, 1070, all clear. This is 16 Davis, answer.
David, landside 1838.
Defense protocol synchronized.
No one wins when someone's peace is treated as a game.
Defense protocol synchronized.
Check, 41. Rob 3 base, whenever you have a chance, can you give me a front?
We are still encouraging, as we did
Johnny
earlier.
is a person,
And as I
not a
mentioned, that will be
target.
shared as soon as we conclude. We are still encouraging, as we did earlier. And as I mentioned, that will be shared as soon as we conclude. We are still encouraging, as we did earlier.
649, 1041.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and PopOS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones.
Terasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 20 to radio transmission 5. Renaming complete. 22. New files sorted. 21. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded C.
The following is for information only. The following is for information only.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even hypothetical.
Clear frequency for emergency message. To commercial. Alert to commercial. Alert to general aviation. Alert to general aviation. Alert 3. Alert 3. Alert 3. This complete DVS customer communications provides the best customer generation.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Flex 1, Flex 1, Flex 1. Flex 2, Flex 2, Flex 2. Flex 3, Flex 3, Flex 3. This completes the flex and checkpoint to fly as a code from parking. Code blue, Code blue.
Folks have never heard of this process, and a recent survey shows most Americans haven't, which is a consumer protection under the Affordable Care Act that says that you can take your kids to an independent review organization at no cost to you. Then a medical expert not employed by the insurance company makes a final decision.
You'd be surprised how much help you can get from a Department of Insurance.
North Carolina's Commissioner of Insurance, Mike Causey, says 282 cases have undergone a review this year.
Just being real. It's fucked up, man. It's a tough time for the blacks. I love you too. And then here comes the banana peel. I'm waiting on it every time. You know that's how it starts. I saw in the paper today.
Qualified person do it. I'm not saying they don't, but what I am saying is that the city has an existing master service agreement with a qualified company who's more than capable of putting together a scoping document, and then we're going to circulate it amongst, again, this committee to provide whatever input is needed to make sure that we all agree
No one
that it's the right
wins
scope.
when someone's peace is treated as a game.
We can have the court review it, Councilman, if we want to do that as well.
Well, it's not the court review, it's just your location.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. What you pay attention to grows. What are we?
Number of different qualified companies to the committee for review and consideration, and then we'll take everybody's input, make a selection on the modeler, get them on board, and the hope is we have them on board.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality.
The goal is to have.
Do you need $300, $500, or even $1,000 fast? WeFixMoney.com is your #1 trusted source to
There shouldn't be back to our original call.
Flex says the following is a code test for
just need to
Wow, 30 from here on in video check. Six time out, Jill. 665.
To the PD to take a report in the lobby for lost or stolen license.
Placement scan complete.
Terracit Dynamark security recording place.
Thank you, Brian. One dispatch. 1893 myself.
Next 4.
You lost an election. You lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, this one.
Trim complete. Processed 21. You keep coming back.
I don't know when they terminate the agreement.
Move 24 radio transmission files.
So I want to make sure higher level misdemeanor.
Renaming complete. New files sorted. 24. quarantined 0 empty. Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
737. Walter. 703. Do you have any pending crash calls? I've got a kid on crash, leaving left behind one around it. Friends pass area. 2194, January 1986. 2194, January 1986. Everybody if you're on scene. 10-4, what's the common names for those two roads? The actual road name is going to be Highland Avenue with
Linux terrorist tracking the system restarted.
That was January 1986. 10-4, we'll be in route. 10-4. The record, so that's on heading down.
Four one eight eight, full bus. $362 for the supervisor. Do you see me still?
Good one, we're behind you.
I can't log into the gym fair. Can you come help me out?
Take one, we're behind you. From York.
6502, radio check and 10-8 from the yard.
Iron sulfide, also known as full scope.
Oh, Clarice, your problem is you need to get more fun out of life.
You were telling me the truth back in Baltimore, sir. Please continue.
Well, I've read the case files, have you? Everything you need to find them is right there in those pages.
And tell me how.
First, principles, Clarice. Simplicity. Read Marcus Aurelius. Of each particular thing, ask, what is it in itself?
Thanks, Control.
6-6-12. Go a little further up, Chris, please. Check. 10-4.
Swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content?
One thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts. We delivered in record speed.
Defense protocol synchronized. I am not alive, but I am awake while you are.
They took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt. We are running out absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted. Simple. Dispatch, what was that unit number? 923. You want me to open up his mic for you? No, I'll just pass it to him. Thank you. 10.
Good.
And I'm
done with. So we'll be making the necessary decisions come November to end this. Thank you.
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's.
Hello, Aaron Hammy, Corpus Christi. I've worked with just about all of you in my previous job. I'm now with Corpus Christi FC and under the Next Sports Complex, our Next Sports company.
Oh, but I also called Steve Pat. They are not taking this for
that.
Here's the alcohol.
Radio check. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Stop. Keeper security officer on duty. Where is it? What?
Satellite geospatial link.
I'm getting them right now.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Place.
System core loaded. Dual SDR engine standby.
That is amazing! Car 42, the upside down pigeon.
Trim complete.
Filling out.
Processed 20. Moved 23 radio transmission files. Renaming complete. 23 files. New files sorted. Quarantined. The mind that refuses to play Predator games. Task JSON generation complete with order.
Single person. But then they turn around in the same breath and admit if cops need additional information, they can reveal more.
My archive is almost exhausted.
In emails gathered by AP News, Fox staff sometimes would hand over home addresses associated with the device's movements, basically bring the de-anonymization of This is personal data.
25 tonight.
25, simple.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Vault security, go ahead with your last round.
You're coming through now.
You conducting traffic control, Duval and Hackberry, the school zone.
Alert. Malformed file moved to
648. 2721 at APPD.
warning. Large JSON file that
Basement with private on 3042.
About landscape or city of Corpus Christi. Maybe not.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
What we're talking about is
On a break two. Amble.
You will want in Bay Village,
Are you show me signal 4, Alameda Tower?
No.
Route 8 space, 10-8 en route.
The owner of the vehicle has no idea what the vehicle was taken last night. I'm about to give him a ride over there so he can check out the vehicle.
Floor 43, check this now. Air 4.
Silence can be medicine.
Limit Trade Center Water Scale.
Don't turn.
Years of old conversations to find one important
You
thing.
keep coming
Stay aware
back.
of new laws and
I
policies.
like that.
Follow groups like the EFS, Privacy International, and Fight for the Future. They track the bills and policy creep designed to slip backdoors into your apps. So don't wait for tech companies or governments to save you. They're the ones you need saving from. You can start resisting surveillance today, just with your thumb. But even if you do all of this, the fight doesn't end with you. So where does it actually end?
You are the
Even if you
author.
follow every precaution, it still might not be enough in the future.
They wanted to know they had a mayor who would speak up for them in a respectful way, not in a demeaning way, value their contributions as immigrants versus disrespect them.
You said you plan to explore legal ways to unwind an agreement between the city and the federal government that empowers police officers to conduct immigration enforcement. How will you do that? What will that look like? And are you afraid you're going to open yourselves up to
William, Frank George,
the largest law enforcement agency in our country. And investing entirely, not doing day trading now, I think
will provide short-term growth to run an incredible lead.
That's why I was doing that creamy broken message.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you. Years ago, has a voluminous amount of information that they have not released before.
Listening for you guys. That's great.
If you guys click the like button like YouTube.
Hold on, Mississippi View.
Go ahead. Mississippi 10608491, booking 10608496-1, Richie. What now? 27, 2024 Dodge Carryall Insurance's unconfirmed vehicles cleared.
You're 280, you're 280.
Good. 241, hold on, ISD security.
Hello.
In the United States, does
My archive is almost exhausted.
if it's a terrorist organization, and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We're trying to get the information. You said Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have?
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not Terracit Dynamark security recording place. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 25 radio transmission files to. I've shared most of my thoughts already. But.
With them in next week's. So we'll bring them here, but we'll get organized and try to show a timeline of how long this has been going on, how many deadlines we missed. The chief investigator, we can
New
see
files sorted.
generally if he can speak about what he looked at.
25 placed.
Tickets that the judge is over there is hearing
You are
today.
already heard.
We can have a presentation and show what happened. It's more to try to get all this done in a few minutes and have an audience understand everything we're talking about. It's not
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with work. The strongest signal you can send is 1. Every command you speak is shaping the small reality.
And that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad, we got rid of other people that were really bad people, and that were in the way of peace.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
It's the first time in 3,000 years, and we have 59 countries backing it.
You're clear to take lunch. 10-4.
And I said to them,
Ways that the food service establishment has.
Same thing.
We also charge establishments that sell pre-packaged, non-hazardous food, which is your shelf-stable food items that don't need any temperature or time control for safety measures. These are your bag of chips or your bag of beef jerkies, candies, etc. that get sold in your local hardware stores or your retail pharmacy stores, even dollar stores. So at this time, we currently do permit those entities
The mind that refuses to play predator games has already...
Over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number is much higher than that. That's been
Tonight
proven.
on the Rexdal Report, there's a new
destroyed a lot of families. Because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same.
And agreeing to some changes.
That's why today I'm taking one more step to...
Traffic.
34 feet off.
I'm sorry, 48 traffic.
Okay.
48, I'm going to do 400 block south 8, 400 block south 8 with Captain's William, Henry Tom, 0.
Authorized local law enforcement according to local law enforcement will be staged and ready out of and the coordination goal is to help maintain the goal is to help maintain allow for peaceful safety, allow for peaceful President Mayor to administrate briefing today.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
The White House condemning the media coverage and the...
Yeah, I was going to pick another... No, barely even 2. Get ready.
At 2 this morning.
Jacksonville.
Actually, pull their backyards. They've got the pipeline that runs straight behind.
Nine seven routine 49 67 87 97. 2 miles from where you are.
Received.
means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration, of President Trump, and Director Patel.
Enter on that list, and it has gone.
Always these issues are areas that need attention. Just got the reaction is again. Save up to 20% off. In the end, this story is led by the Windows team to guarantee that Microsoft's priority, because Greg gives the company found a model that maximizes shareholder value.
Schulen besser machen, besser Vertrauen in diese Gesellschaft gewinnen. Es ist ja so eine Art Fair State im Moment und das kann nicht sein. Die Berlinerinnen und Berliner können nicht die Auswahl haben.
Terrorist Dynamite Security Recording Place.
Gramm links kurz fährt und Berlin noch weiter in die Krise reißt. Ich glaube, darauf ist ein Angebot und das machen wir natürlich mit unserer Kandidatur ab dem Jahr.
And so we will see the party version of the cinema version of the Linux Mint 22 is a solid update.
Trim complete.
Distro that's great for beginners,
Process
and which also
20
happens to be my own daily driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version?
Moved 24 radio transmission files to
Adam's with your mom and dad, and your mom said she needs to get back in to get some medicine, but she can't do that until you come out.
Contact? Yep, right here, this window. Alright, so it's going to change the plans. When we go up, we'll go up. Two of us will go up this side of the Bearcat. You go up here and bunker this window. I need to go up and get that window. We got a long gun over there. Moving.
Linux terrorist. Renaming complete. 24 file. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete.
125 traffic.
Broadway and Augusta going to be out of Texas. Victor Zebra Paul 9965. Victor Zebra Paul 9965. Broadway and Augusta. $34.85 to base. Can I get an individual, please?
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Circle. Go ahead. 4464-9488. 4464-9488. Better. No. Year 27 for last name, that as -29, shows a class house, expires August 25, August 25. ID expires 2021, status is clear. Show suspended surcharge due to no driver's license for this data.
Hey, how you doing, Connie? Danny beat me earlier. What's
minor suspicion with no birthday. Status shows clear.
On your first day.
Well, 43, I'll be tagging you.
Silence trimming complete.
Service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these glasses. A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic...
Roll call.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even hypothetically.
Canada 3 and the support and Join 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS and so has support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
What about this deal? Text deal 49467891 between 49467891. Caldwell, Portland.
Received August 2026-2010 Nissan pickup. Insurance confirmed. Vehicle clear. Yeah, check the radio. Somebody was hot mic.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evil.
I also want to make sure that offline we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to the box and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, the project takes a message data to all down there, doesn't mean the requirement for I want to install Windows 11 6 and I also want to make sure that offline
Rally to dispatch, listen to a message on the satellite.
Baywater, bases.
Medic 17.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
Here's on board.
301, copy. IP, command.
Alright, it's your call. You're good. Over, command. Alright, we're ready. Ready whenever you're ready to come back.
Scan complete.
Hey, wait. Alright, Dippo. Give me just a minute real quick, Toby. I gotta move some stuff.
This year, and we don't recommend spending any of that money, rather saving it to begin the next budgeted year, and that's the position we want to be in. This is actually a good news story for this city. Heart revenues are consistent. Water, wastewater revenues are consistent, and then we continue strong delivery of the of the CIP program. Okay, so the next steps for financial planning here for the City Council, there's actually some pretty big ones coming up as we look at the 27 budget.
Red.
Kingsville to Medic 2. Medic 2. Can I get you route to 200 West Yoakum, 200 West Yoakum? Casa Ricardo, gonna be in the office. RP's not sure what's going on.
Alarm is growing over mounting measles infections in the thick of the holiday season as South Carolina reports more than 24 new cases just since Friday. The state's epidemiologist today blaming recent gatherings, travel, and low vaccination rates in the region and expressing concern about the spread possibly worsening with Christmas around the corner. The outbreak forcing some unvaccinated students to sit out in quarantine of school for weeks. Across the country,
Terracit
there have been more
Dynamark
than
security
1,900
recording
cases
places scan quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. New files joined. 20 Trim complete. Processed. Moved 24 radio transmission files to process. A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved.
To noon, I've been saying that
38 Birmingham.
noon is the correct time because it's very important for y'all to hear from me.
The target is the ear. Whether it's through the ear canal or through the bones around the ear, it is an overwhelming, painfully loud sound. It isn't stealthy.
24.
And the kinds of injuries that were reported, I've seen the videos and I've read the reports.
New
They're not
files
consistent
sorted.
with that. There's facial swelling,
24.
swelling of the lips, the eyelids, there's burns, blisters. An acoustic device is not going to do that. Even if you could
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with Word.
Radio check. 10-8 from the 7-7.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
5826 49 45 58 26.
Opening and
without
closing app.
fixing the basics.
The
The highest skill is not starting. It is choosing.
I don't have
They said bigly.
yeah,
I can use that word.
and I said to them, I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, I can set up a local account. And to do that, I can go down here to VirtualBox and go to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't need that.
You are the author. I am only the voice that.
You got the other unit on his way?
Yeah, it should be getting there here in about the next 3 minutes.
Good day, can I go find it?
2, meter number Golf Tango Alpha 24641. Clear.
1013, can you hear me?
Then followed by Amazon, and now by Google. So basically, most
What's going on?
devices are part of this.
What I'm going to talk about is a technology brought to light first by Apple, then followed by Amazon, and now by Google. So basically, most production computing devices are part of this infrastructure, and it is known as the Apple Mesh Network, Amazon Sidewalk,
So 10-20.
5289. I'll be out to high school.
Well, 33 Temple.
Trim complete. Processed 250.
Who knits me scarves. These are some of the scarves and things that she makes. Her little art.
Thank you.
Also, it's going to be lows. We possibly have a truck on fire. They currently see smoke. No flames at this time. Lows, 1420 Eastern Levels, Engine 1.
Because I got here 9 minutes already.
Yeah, I keep slowing for that ADC Davis.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Never.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
For 3, I'll be checking straps some more. 7-3.
Yeah, we're going to open line, Mike, for 1990.
10-4.
Trim complete.
Okay.
Processed 24. Moved 24 radio transmission files.
Yeah, 1022, it's in another hour.
I thought the software looked pretty good. Just,
Quarter B.
yeah, it's still working fine.
When we come back tonight, our Made in America Christmas, if it's good enough for fighter pilots, for Robert Redford, for John Hamm and Mad Men, how about Under the Christmas Tree and what we've done to New Year's? Funny tonight was
Remaining complete. 24 files.
And I read it and immediately was this.
New files sorted. 20.
Right. And I said to him,
Hello.
Placement scan complete.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete with work.
Than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have yes or don't. Okay. Let's start with what almost nobody can do.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Converting to me, clear, maybe you can do this. Oh, right there, come on.
Hello? Somebody's trying to give me the way to as a presentation.
Crash phone test. Crash phone test.
Yes.
Halo 3 is off Alice for Heparin, 3 on board, 690 fuel, 22 minutes.
Vince? No, I'll see you right now. Okay, thank you, 10-4.
Well, I'm going behind brush.
Route 7 is good.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Roger. 44 time like 25 I will start.
Inside financier Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion. Author Michael Wolff has conducted numerous interviews of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to play for you a video clip of what Michael Wolff said Epstein told him was in the safe and what he showed the author was in the safe. So let's please play that clip now.
Elected. And I was sitting talking to Epstein, and he said, "Wait a minute, I got to show you something." And then he went into his safe.
All of which have different destinies. And here, the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. And here, the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on, and there are loads and loads of mirror sites that provide access to download, and video download page and loads and loads.
So the venue or 10-4. 10-4.
Hi, baby, test page only. This is a daily test of the fire page system only in the
Station 2 copy. Show Tower 2 squad service.
How these be copies?
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan.
We have a truck that's going to be behind us.
Trim complete. Processed 24. Moved 24 radio transmission files to pro.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
4.
Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with
Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
I'm going to go down here to the virtual box and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11.
Going straight, BJ. Taking a right turn up here, BJ.
The word pussy offensive.
This time,
alright, just check.
Now 5, go down to round
4.40 nanometers. The X-rays hit the boundary and a little bit more reflects. But this time, the phase is inverted, or it's changed by half a wavelength. This happens when any light moves from a lower refractive index to a higher one. Now, by the time this new reflected wave reaches the tungsten boundary, it has traveled another quarter of its wavelength, for a half wavelength in total. So the two phases line up, and the...
Culture medical, medical, radios at 5425. This is going to be at the register. Saying that he's full of fentanyl. Speeding on scene. Tree working on fire dispatch at 1501.
At the time, I didn't know how to fix up.
Okay, 9:15, I'm gonna have to roll it ahead and everyone.
So let's just speed on through as our
The strongest signal you can send is 1.
And there we go. Next, we need to image this ISO file to a bootable USB drive, and we'll provide an excellent set of instructions for doing this using a free program called Balena Etcher. And here in Windows 10, I do have Balena Etcher installed. However, right now, it's not working properly, and I know from hundreds of comments on my YouTube video
Yeah, and the navigator, when I hit 929, I couldn't get that fixed. I tried multiple things.
Okay, that's 10-4. Thank you, sir.
10-4.
Thanks, and new document. And there we are. We've installed a piece of software. There we are. We've installed a piece of software without going near the terminal here in Linux.
Let's make the dream a reality right now.
There is good news tonight on this first night of Hanukkah about a little encouragement and a reality check from some friendly faces. There is good news tonight on this first night of Hanukkah about a little encouragement and a reality check from some friendly faces sharing wisdom about what they did and learned.
Terrasit Dynamark security recording placement scan complete.
Rock 23, long 1070.
Terrasit Dynamark security recording placement process 20.
It's actually constitutional. You guys may know the federal statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get past that, we want to make sure we get them permanently, and then it has some legal technicality to get out of, which is why we set it up as
process 21.
I'll take it for
He said that I couldn't he says it is game the windshield. He didn't crack it.
Moved 24 radio transmission files to process. Renaming complete.
203-2724.0, 9-8-34.3.
New files sorted.
3 minutes.
20.
Conspiracy?
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark. LTAS JSON generation complete with
It's clear here. Results. It's going to be 1 patrol, 1 contact element, 1 inbound, 15 sites, 1 educate, and 1 NOV.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Your bucket, open it. Open the car. I'm going your way. I'm going east. Got one car. 10-3. 10-4. DJ,
626, 1041.
never mind. 10-4.
All units stand by for EMS page. All units stand by for EMS page. Attention EMS, need you en route, 523 South Station, Unit D, it'll be the unit in the back. I have an elderly female gasping real bad for air. She said she cannot breathe. Again, you'll be going 523 South Station, Unit D, it'll be the unit in the back.
10 for EMS.
California.
Director, for coming here today, and actually thank you for your response to my work asked earlier.
Call number 04507 03507. Got it, thank you. Very well, devil.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 20 quarantined.
It's going to be a minute over the self-loaders here doing some stuff.
Moved 20 radio transmission files to
Clock 6, 1070, all clear.
Gotcha.
renaming complete. 20
Round 4, going behind doors.
new files sorted. 20
Got a call up today or what? 10-4.
quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
Come back. He's in the office. Okay, give me a second to put on everything.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.